Au-delà des frontières, nous rayons du soleil levant. Ben, nous sommes seuls et frères, chacun a pour sa porte sa lumière.
Nous au-delà des frontières, nous oiseaux chantons dans les ciels, de gloire au-dessus de la terre, et le plus grand des cœurs.
Partageons les nuits paisibles des étoiles et les printemps fleuris de la terre. Innovons ensemble, sans frontières. Partageons l'amour de la connaissance, espérons des lendemains lumineux. Innovons ensemble, sans frontières. Au-delà des frontières, nous rayons du soleil levant. Nous sommes seuls et frères, chacun a pour sa porte sa lumière.
Nous au-delà des frontières, nous oiseaux chantons dans le ciel, de gloire au-dessus de la terre, et le plus grand des cœurs.
Dans les nuits paisibles des étoiles et les printemps fleuris de la terre, innovons ensemble, sans frontières. Partageons l'amour de la connaissance, espérons des lendemains lumineux. Innovons ensemble, sans frontières. Au-delà des frontières, nous rayons du soleil levant. Nous sommes seuls et frères, chacun a pour sa porte sa lumière.
Nous au-delà des frontières, Nous oiseaux chantons dans le ciel, de gloire au-dessus de la terre, et le plus grand des autres.
Partageons les nuits paisibles des étoiles et les printemps fleuris de la terre. Innovons ensemble, sans du ciel. Partageons l'amour de la connaissance, espérons des lendemains. Innovons ensemble, sans frontières. Au-delà des frontières, nous rayons du soleil levant. Nous sommes seuls et frères, chacun a tout sa porte, sa lumière.
Nos ponts au-delà des frontières, nous oiseaux chantons dans le ciel, de gloire au-dessus de la terre, et le plus grand des auteurs.
Dans les nuits paisibles des étoiles et les printemps fleuris de la terre, innovons ensemble, sans frontières. Partageons l'amour de la connaissance, espérons des lendemains. Innovons ensemble, sans frontières. Au-delà des frontières, nous rayons du soleil levant. Nous sommes seuls et frères, chacun a pour sa porte, sa lumière.
Nous ponts au-delà des frontières, nous oiseaux chantons dans le ciel, de gloire au-dessus de la terre, et le plus grand des auteurs.
Partageons les nuits paisibles des étoiles et les printemps fleuris de la terre. Innovons ensemble, sans frontières. Partageons l'amour de la connaissance, espérons des lendemains. Innovons ensemble, sans frontières. Au-delà des frontières, nous rayons du soleil levant du monde. Nous sommes seuls et frères, chacun a tout sa porte, sa lumière.
Nous vont au-delà des frontières, nous oiseaux chantons dans le ciel, de gloire au-dessus de la terre, et le plus grand des
Dans les nuits paisibles des étoiles et les printemps fleuris de la terre, innovons ensemble, sans frontières. Partageons l'amour de la connaissance, espérons le lendemain lumineux. Innovons ensemble, sans frontières. Au-delà des frontières, nous rayons du soleil levant du monde. Nous sommes seuls et frères, chacun a tout sa porte, sa lumière.
Nous vont au-delà des frontières, nous oiseaux chantons dans le ciel, de gloire au-dessus de la terre, et le plus grand des auteurs.
Partageons les nuits paisibles des étoiles et les printemps fleuris de la terre. Innovons ensemble, sans frontières. Partageons l'amour de la connaissance, espérons des lendemains lumineux. Innovons ensemble, sans frontières. frontières, nous rayons du soleil levant. Nous sommes seuls et frères, chacun à nous apporte sa lumière.
Nous sommes au-delà des frontières. Nous
Et la rive de la terre, des frontières, nous régnons sous les levants. Nous sommes seuls et frères, chacun à nous apporte sa lumière.
sommes au-delà des frontières. Nous
Et la rive de la terre, sans, 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 et dans le mar, innovons ensemble, sans frontières.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The International Conference Higher Education 5.0 Innovation and Adaptation for the Future will begin in 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Conference Higher Education 5.0 Innovation and Adaptation for the Future. The conference is hosted by the International Francophone Institute, Vietnam National Universities, Hanoi, with the collaborative partnership with Kurt Universities and Knowledge Bridge Education and Research Institute. The conference would use English as its official language to connect with three bridge points at Vietnam, Thailand, and Australia, along with other participating guests from different parts of the world. For today's conference, kindly please welcome with a round of applause for our invited guest, Associate Professor Trần Xuân Tú, Directors of VNU Information Technology Institute, Vietnam National Universities, Hanoi. Dr. Tôn Quang Cường, Dean of Educational Technology Faculty, Universities of Education, Vietnam National Universities, Hanoi. Dr. Dương Anh Chiến, University of Tasmania, Australia. Mr. Nguyễn Phúc Thị, founding partner and chief technology officials of venture builder Renaissance.io. Mr. Trần Huy, co-founder and managing directors of FlexiData Vietnam, a cloud solution company and the first authorized service partner of instructors in Southeast Asia. And finally, Mr. Alexis Dugond, researcher of French National Research Institute for Sustainable Development. And for our companion organization, please welcome Dr. John Christopher Walsh, Associate Dean of the International College of English Program, Perth Universities. Dr. Phan Hồng Đức, Directors of Knowledge Bridge Education and Research Institute. On the International Francophone Institute, please welcome Dr. Phùng Danh Thắng, Directors of International Francophone Institute, Vietnam National Universities, Hanoi, and Dr. Ngô Tự Lập, President of Science and Academic Council, and former directors of International Francophone Institute. We would like to express the deepest gratitude to our companion organization, speakers, for supporting our international conference. We sincerely thank
and each and every virtual guest, media representative, and especially student for participating in our international conference. To open the conference, I would like to invite Dr. Phùng Danh Thắng, Directors of International Francophone Institute and head of the organizing committees come to the stage.
Dear Professor Ngô Tự Lập, President of the Science and Technology Council, former Director of IFI. Yes. Dear Professor Trần Xuân Tú, Director of Information Technology Institute. Dear Professor Jean-Christophe Wasda from the Kirk University. Dear distinguished guests, research experts, and business representative, and the speaker. First of all, on behalf of the Organization Committee of the International Francophone Institute, Vietnam National University in Hanoi, I would like to extend our respectful greeting and sincere thanks for your taking the time to attend the International Conference on Higher Education 5.0, 5.0 Innovation and Adaptation for the Future. This conference is organized by IFI in collaboration with Kirk University in Thailand and Colonist Bridge Education and Research Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in an era of Industry 4.0, a period full of transformation and challenges, where technology is changing the way we live, work, and learn at an unexpected pace. While it took over more than 14 years to adapt to era Industry 4.0, today a new phase is coming soon, the era of Industry 5.0. And with the Society 5.0 expected to evolve over the next decade by 2055. During the era of Industry 4.0, digital technology have emerged in the depth of the development overtaking the traditional industry. New technologies such as the artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, big data, and the cloud have created a various amount of development of a new model such as the smart manufacturing, smart energy, smart country, and smart society. The role of this phase has been to minimize human involvement and prioritize automation. To some extent, humans are completely with machine in a certain job. However, in the vision of Industry 5.0, present a different chance. The role of the revolution is to shift focus from technology and machinery to answering machine-human interaction. Is it present? It won't blend the human creativity with the absolute precision of machine. Thus, education and training people in the Society 5.0 represent is a new paradigm. In this context, the concept of higher education 5.0 is emerged a necessary response to a new demand in the new era. Higher education 5.0 is not merely in continuation of the higher education 4.0, which involves the widespread application of digital technology in education, but it also focuses on the comprehensive development of individual, placing people at the center and aiming the red global citizen capable to adapting to the rapid change of the world. So why we don't need to address higher education 5.0? This is a significant question in the new area where the artificial intelligence, big data, and the Internet of Things have deeply infiltrated every corner in our life. We cannot simply stop and applying technology to education as a supportive tool. Higher education requires us to think a future and about the purpose and mission of education in preparing the younger generation. The goal is not only to equip a student with essential digital skill, but it also to help them develop creative thinking, problem solving ability, and humanity. This is they are the factor of indispensable. It's an increasingly complex and diverse society. Ladies and gentlemen, higher education in Vietnam and as well as globally is first to numerous challenges. With the rapid development of new technology, universities need to adapt quickly to avoid family behind. However, the transition of higher education 4.0 model is still encounter many difficulties. Issues such as the inconsistent technology infrastructure, the shortage of higher quality human resource, and disparities in technology access between region present significant challenges. To address issue towards higher education 5.0, we need to robust vision and a more comprehensive strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, LIFI, International Francophone Institute, is an institution under the Vietnam National University in Hanoi. It's one of the leading universities in the Francophonie in the Asia Pacific, with over the 30 years in experience in training and research. Established in 1393 with a mission to train in information technology, IFI served a bridge between the Vietnam National University and La Francophonie academic community, which includes 88 member institutions and member country and observatory. With the international, francophone, and an interdisciplinary nature, IFI currently offers a higher quality training program in IT, such as the intelligence system and multimedia, financial technology, fintech, and digital communication and editorial, Infocom. And this year, we have two new undergraduate programs in digital communication and digital business. Additionally, IFI is now for their international scientific conference with the name Das Diderot Advanced Academy Seminar, which includes 4 annual conference in each year. Among them, the most celebrated is Franconomics. It is an international forum held every October, focusing on the application of technology across various sectors. Therefore, the topic of the educational technology and perspective of higher education 5.0 area is focused for IEF, leading to the organization of this major international conference on the subject. And today, we have also have a big conference. We have joined by many STEM experts in the field of the education technology, research, and business representative connecting with us both in offline and online from around the world, such as from Australia and Thailand. She's a general and Vietnamese higher education in particular in the current context. Together, we will explore effective direction and strategy to build a new model, update and reverse education environment, and to require a new economic and social area. The conference have received 100 proposals and 29 papers, but with the higher quality is when published in the proceeding. Additionally, today's program we will include 3 presentations in the plenary session and 4 presentations in the thematic session, followed by the discussion session. During this discussion, I hope we will have focused the following question. How can university in Vietnam quickly adapt and meet the demand of higher education 5.0? What strategy can be applied to address the current challenges in the development of educational technology in Vietnam? What the role of business play in supporting and partnering with the university during this transition? I hope and I look forward to the lively discussion session. Ladies and gentlemen, to organize an international conference, it requires efforts of many organizing committee. I would like to extend my thanks to our partner, Phiak University in Thailand, and the Kaunis Bridge Education and Research Institute for their cooperation in organizing this conference. I also wish to thank to the international institution, the company, individual, such as the Renation IO and Flexi Data Vietnam. I think it's a renaissance. C'est un nom français. Oui, renaissance. And we have made a significant contribution to success of today's conference. My gratitude to the member of organizing committee, logistic, technical support, interpreter, and to media representative for the coming and supporting. I hope to continue receiving your support and cooperation in the future program. Finally, in the behalf of the organizing committee, I happily declare the opening of the conference, international conference, Higher Education 5.0. I wish the conference great success and wish you a good job, good health, happiness, and success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Phum Danh Thắng. To start the keynote session, I would like to firstly invite Dr. Tôn Quang Cuong, Dean of Educational Technology Faculty, Universities of Education, Vietnam National University, Hanoi, to give a speech on the development of smart universities in Vietnam and international experience. Please come to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, high distinguished educators and respect researchers, scholars, and teachers. Today, I'm very honored to be here to share some of my ideas and my experience about higher education in Vietnam for adapting to the industry 5.0. Of course, we also may provide some suggestion toward this purpose in the near future. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit short in English, so let me use my prompter. Okay. So as you know, involving the landscape of education today in Vietnam, the concept of a smart university is very popular, and that emerges as a beacon of innovation, where digital technologies seamlessly integrate to elevate both learning experience and efficiency of operation. But in my presentation, let me talk about the alternative way. I'm not keen deeply in the digital or technology aspect, but we have to look inside from each university how this revolution, how the concept of 5.0 may change in the university infrastructure or university future. We understand a smart university is not just an institution, but it is a dynamic ecosystem that reshapes how education is perceived and delivered in the near future. Collaboration takes on a new dimension in the smart city, university. Of course, in this term, we consider and merge many concepts or perspectives within smart university and smart cities, smart society, with an emphasis on enhanced collaboration. This institution foster partnership and encourage the sharing of knowledge among communities. And this spirit of cooperation extends beyond traditional boundary, creating a rich tapestry of shared insight and collective growth. We consider the smart university have that have to develop not by step by step. They may take the disruption and develop so by the innovative approach and ways. And let me take a brief picture about the smart university concept or situation in Vietnam. In the context of Vietnam's higher education, we can frame some points of integrating smart and digital technology as well. But beside this concept also encapsulate in the acronym SMART, and we can explain SMART by different way. SMART as self-directive, so motivate, so adaptive, resource, and technology. But according to the new concept of V-SMART, developed by Professor Nguyễn Dick, he was former vice president of VNU, and Professor Dick and his colleague has successfully developed a new concept of V-SMART, and with adding one age later. But in Vietnamese, we can explain letter H as infrastructure. Because we have a limited time, so maybe later on I will explain this more details. And in this context, we observe some very specific, very good point of smart university situation in Vietnam. And as I mentioned before, I don't take more details about the technology or technical aspect. The first one is replace. This is a very interesting process that we can see every day in Vietnam higher education now. In this dimension, the focus is on augmentation, the enhancing the capabilities of students and educators through technology. This could involve the use of digital tools to support personalized learning experience, allowing students to engage with materials, resources, learning resources, including digital or open resources, at their own pace. The term translational operational emphasize the process of universities to transition the operational processes in different levels, including macro, meso, and micro, such as admission, student services, to more efficient digital platforms. But besides smart moving, that we can observe today in many universities in Vietnam, encourage both faculty and students to adapt to new teaching methodology, learning environments, and especially fostering a culture of continuous improvement. This is makes sense. The second is amplify. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, I stand very close with the screen. So why I have to use this remote control, right? Sorry. The second part is amplify. And today we also observe and recognize universities highlights optimization, which is crucial for refining the structures and process inside the practice within higher education institution. Uh, it involves leveraging data analytics to improve students' outcome and institutional performance. The transformational structural aspect suggests that universities should rethink the organizational frameworks to better support interdisciplinary collaboration and innovative teaching processes. Smart transition reflects the strategic shift toward integrating technology in curricula, preparing students for the demand of digital economy today. And the last one, transform. In fact, some Vietnam universities are trying to unification, aiming to create a cohesive educational experience that integrates various aspects of university life. This includes fostering a transcendent cultural environment and embrace uh, innovate, innovation and change. And smart transformation signifies a holistic approach, encouraging institutions to not only just adopt technology, but to fundamentally rethink their mission and values in light of digital advancements. This is very challenging for the universities that could lead to enhance the research capabilities, improve community engagement, and better alignment with global educational standards. Briefly, we can see some steps that Vietnam higher education institution have to process from the augmentation to optimization. And the last step, they will make unification for all things or for all level in the operational process to get the mission, vision, and strategic plan. And in here, we may explain um, some aspect of Vietnam university, smart universities concept that embracing the framework essential for navigating the challenges of modernization and globalization. Of course, as integration, international integration. And by integrating smart technologies, universities can enhance educational qualities, improve operational efficiency, and better prepare students for the future, contributing to the overall development for the country. And this approach not only align with global trends, but also addresses local needs, ensuring that Vietnam higher education system remains competitive and relevant in the near future. And in this framework, we may add 2 points: engagement and relevant, that makes sense in higher education Vietnam in the today's situation. And but if we look forward, we can see some very challenges as well as opportunities for Vietnam higher education in the very near future. In the modern landscape of education, the concept of smart university emerges as a beacon of innovation and adaptability. Yeah, and image a vibrant ecosystem where learning is not just passive experience, but a dynamic journey tailored to individual needs and aspiration. And in the center of this model lies smart edu, smart education, and framework designed to foster self-directed, motivate, and adaptive learner. Uh, and of course, in this framework, we also can see the role and what smart governance can play very essential role for developing a higher education system. And this aspect emphasizes the intelligent management system within educational institution, integrating various components such as social interaction, mobile accessibility, analytics, and cloud technology as well. Besides, smart universities continue to evolve. Certain trends begin to define the path forward. The sharing university, so that means new concept of a university now, and we have to pay the attention for this model to realize our plan of how to develop smart city, smart universities for Vietnam higher education as well. And uh, as we can see in the slide, the sharing universities emerge as a hub of communal knowledge exchange, while the entrepreneurial university inspire innovation and startup culture. The experiential university focus on practical learning, and the subscription university, that is, I may focus, emphasize for this new model, subscription university. That is very, very new challenge for our higher education now, when we may realize many perspectives with the new so emergent and conversion technologies. Subscription university, this is very new model, which introduce a new uh, approach of flexible subscription-based education, and adapts to the needs of the model learner with some projections and scenarios such still education state, practicum pivot, and learning market. Today, we face many challenges for higher education, and to propose some ideas about how we can develop our university to be smart, to be digital. We have to look backward and see what is exactly scenario and model of our university. Please choose, please analyze, and from these analytics, base, we can design a new framework to implement digital technologies toward smart universities. The first one, education state. That is a very still traditional model of our university today. But we may face to the new model of practicum pivot, where university can develop in so practical experimental ways toward learners' demand and society community so requirements. And the last one, what do you think about if we transfer our university into the learning market? Uh, and of course, in learning market, we can freely to adopt many convergent and emergence technologies to adapt for developed. And we can change all things from different levels, um, from the design and curriculum design and development, learning teaching methodology and process, or many tasks of educational management. Um, and in this perspective, we can see some point very new that any new technology can be embedded in this component. We may see own process that process inside our university in into four in into four demands or four domain or four dimension, such as how our university can be functionalized to meet the demand and discoveries, as well as from learners or community or society. How we can change the curriculum design development approach traditional into the learning design toward learning experience to adopt to meet new challenges from society to prepare our learners uh, for the further way for the further work and lifelong learning as well. And that is very challenges. And in this situation, we have found very strong point, turning point, such as the learner ownership. Own thing that we can so develop, we can invest, we can implement, adopt now inside the university. Everything, all thing have been functionalized toward the learner ownership, and we have to change any component from this, such as a program, training program, uh, and in fact, now in Vietnam universities practice, we can implement many solutions for design and development or functionalize the program, training program by LMS, learning management system, toward the learning experience platform. And we want to move into the social platform in the near future. We have to change the educational approach, that's so-called pedagogy. Pedagogy is good, but in the digital universities, smart universities, we have to implement new approach of educational technology, new educational concept also. We have to move from pedagogy, digital pedagogy event into the heutagogy. Heutagogy is new concept of pedagogy with innovation or based on innovation or reflection on thing, on process, on activities inside the university must be smart and must be based on digital platform or with digital tools or equipments. Open access as well plays a very essential role for smart university development. Also. And in some, uh, uh, innovation is woven into the very fabric of smart universities. Experiential learning becomes the norm, where the students engage in hands-on experience that prepare them for real world challenges. Entrepreneurial initiatives are encouraged, nurturing a culture of innovation and empowering students to bring their ideas to life. This is very interesting, very challenging, but very um, so uh, successful for design and developed smart universities framework. The availability of open access resources ensures that knowledge is not confirmed and confined within walls, but is freely available to all who seek it. And at the heart of this transformation lies digital transformation, a force that redefines educational values and methodologies. By harnessing technology, smart universities are able to offer flexible learning formats, such as hybrid and high flex models, catering to the diverse needs of students and ensuring that learning is accessible to all and regardless of their circumstance towards their ownership. The educational framework within Smart University is underpinned by e-pedagogy, digital pedagogy, where digital tools are seamlessly integrated into teaching practice, making learning more effective and engaging. But digital literacy uh, has been recognized as a core competencies, ensuring that students are equipped with the skill needed to thrive a digital world with continuous access to learning opportunities. And for conclusion, we consider smart universities aspires to create a holistic and innovative educational environment by leveraging the power of technology. It aims to enhance learning outcomes, operational effectiveness, paving the way for the future where education is not just a destination, but a journey of continuous growth and discovery. So in this process, in this way, we have to learn from many lessons from international partners, international universities. Uh, and I think beside, we also have to organize many workshop seminars to make more and more this idea, this concept to feasibility or feasible and available in the universities practice daily. And I do hope in the near future with concept of education 5.0 comes today from this workshop. We can nurture and develop new ideas toward the developed our higher education system to be smart, to be more practical, and to be more innovative. Thank you for attention.
Thank you for your enriched insight on the higher education 5.0, Dr. Ton Quang Kuong. Due to the limited time, please be mindful about the speech length, and also for our 100 virtual participant, kindly please send your question to the speaker at the chat box. The organization committee also had post the documents relating to our international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Thailand point, please warmly welcome Dr. John Christopher Walsh, Associate Dean of the International College of English Programs, Kirk University, with the speech on the critical issues in analyzing Education 5.0.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you. So I'm hoping that you'll be able to see my screen. Okay, distinguished guests, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking the organisers for giving me the opportunity to speak to you here today. My name is John Walsh. I am the Associate Dean and Director of English Language Programmes at the International College of Kirk University here in sunny Bangkok, Thailand. And I would like to say that it is a great honor for me as a member of Kirk University to be associated with this event and to work with IFI now. And I look forward to a long and fruitful partnership between Kirk and IFI in the future. So working as I do in a Thai university, Kirk University was originally founded in 1952 as a vocational and teacher training college, and it became a university in the 1990s when a change in the law permitted this to happen. Thai universities are particularly strong in being embedded in local communities. We are very, very much in the heart of Bang Khen district of Bangkok, and we work very closely with our neighbours and stakeholders all around, including schools, colleges, and communities. Our faculty, our Thai faculty in particular, are keen to work with local communities to preserve and strengthen cultural knowledge and cultural practices, and to help to distribute and disseminate these around the country and indeed internationally. So one of the benefits of working in a Thai university is that we are constantly reminded of the various roles of a university, in addition to teaching the elite young people of our country, but also in spreading knowledge and sharing knowledge and wisdom. The wisdom often comes from outside the university and the knowledge sometimes from inside the university, but we are part of a wider community. And as the previous speaker, the Dean, said, we are an ecology. We are not just a university, we're an ecology of learning embedded within a community. So this reminds me then when I am, now I'm going to try and make this full screen. Here we go. Okay, this reminds me then when we start to think about, or when I start to think about education, I tend to go in the way of thinking of like Foucault or Althusser as education as a means of recreating existing social relations, in enforcing upon young people the things that we would like them to learn, a method of old-fashioned thinking. And I was reminded then that there is another tradition in thinking about education, which goes back to Locke, Hobbes, and so on, as to say that education is one of the critical roles of the state, not only because our young people require people to help them understand the world, because they are born without such knowledge and such competency to survive in the wild, but also because the state itself needs to ensure that it can continue safely and securely into the future by achieving its own state-level developmental goals. And in order to do that, it needs the best from its people. And so education is a critical role of the state, not just for the sake of the individual and of people, but also for the sake of the state itself. And so the nature of the education provided by a state should be sufficient unto the needs of the goals of the state as it continues from the present into the future. So not only are there obligations to citizens and institutions, but in the contemporary world, a state, and here I'm thinking about Vietnam in particular, is competing with other states in order to secure scarce resources to ensure growth in the future ahead. So Vietnam, as we know, receives a great deal of inwards foreign direct investment, and this inward foreign direct investment is responsible for a great deal of the economic growth that Vietnam has achieved over the last few decades and is likely to continue doing so in the future, and also requires specific skills from its young people, from its workforce, in order to be able to be worthy of receiving that continued inward investment. And so there is a need, therefore, for universities and all forms of education to help mold a society in which people are finding the skills necessary to service investment, and also to take advantage of the opportunities that investment provides. So the inward investment has a direct effect on jobs and in providing money for the economy and so forth, but it also offers opportunities for technology transfer and for spin-off activities. So I remember in my time, I was previously at RMIT in Hanoi for a few years, and had a chance to witness the transformation of the coffee drinking scene. So Hanoi, in common with Vietnam, is a coffee-centric society, and in Hanoi in particular, there seem to be a large number of non-competitive mom-and-pop type coffee providing stores, which then were faced with inward investment from brighter and more well-resourced firms, Gloria Jeans and Starbucks and so forth. And this had the impact of making the local people realize they had to up their game to compete with the incomers. So there is a need, therefore, to provide people not only who can work as inputs into the existing economic model, but can also take it on to the next generation by taking the ideas that are available, intellectual property and so forth, that is made available by inward investment, and then applying it to the economy locally to ensure its growth. I talk about growth as an urgent necessity for the future because although I come from one of the world's leading polluters in the UK, I recognize that the dangers that we have caused by environmental degradation are not such that we can afford to ignore the needs of the poor of the world. The urgent development needs, as the World Bank there has it, only by continued growth, but it should be green growth, if at all possible, can we make for a world which is equitable and fair for all. And in doing so, we need to integrate environmental considerations into our economic planning. But that does not mean that we must go into degrowth or deglobalization. It's that we need to be more careful about how growth takes place in the future. So this brings us to Education 5.0, which is the subject that we are here today to consider. What is Education 5.0? Well, it has a number of particular characteristics which distinguish it from Education 4.0 or 3.0 or so forth. These include lifelong learning, the requirement on each individual to keep up to date in her or his own field of work. This is something which places the emphasis on the individual and away from the state in a way that is not always entirely fair and is not always something that people are able to do. Secondly, the integration of the most advanced technology in the teaching learning space. Well, we saw in the previous very informative and insightful presentation the kinds of things that this entails, right? How are we going to bring about different forms of learning, and how do we integrate technology into these new forms of learning? The privileging of experiential learning, again, as we found in the previous presentation, experience comes above telling people what to do. We want to give people the opportunity to experience it, and if possible, let them choose the experiences themselves and therefore learn from what they're doing. And finally, the personalization of the individual's path through the educational journey. So we want to give people the opportunity to choose for themselves how they will relate to the economy and how they will be able to contribute to society as general. So these are very lofty goals, and as we have heard, they are going to be very difficult to manage. We may be speaking about some of the highest quality universities in the world, but most students occupy seats in universities which are not the best. The many universities in the world which are mediocre, which lack resources, lack ability to better themselves through various reasons. And we in higher class universities, if I may put myself into that category. We have the duty, in order for, in terms of equity and equality, to spread the knowledge and spread our ability for all people to benefit from advanced educational technique. And so there is a danger that these forms of education 5.0 are limited to a single higher education institution, one of the star performers in the sector, and the stakeholders of that university will benefit, but others do not. So there is a need always to remember that we are not alone. We are not part of a single university. We are part of a system, a national system, which is one of the critical roles of the state. And so the state demands of all of us that we should consider not just ourselves, but all of us. So therefore, there are some negative aspects of change. There are always negative aspects of change. Change brings winners, change brings losers. We must take account of how to cater to the needs of the losers and allow that the winners will be able to look after themselves. What are some dangers that we might need to resolve? First is intensification of the digital divide. So Vietnam has done better than, for example, Thailand in limiting the damage of the digital divide, partly through provision of low-cost equipment, but also through the use of television and radio nationally to keep people informed of what is going on and to try to limit the damage that the divide can cause. In Thailand, we had a previous government which did exactly the same thing by providing low-cost tablets for the benefit of students in the more rural areas and the poorer areas of the country. It was notable that after the more recent military coup that we had here, this policy was immediately ended and the digital divide was re-established, giving some clue as to the purpose of the military coup in the first place. Widening of the gap between information rich and information poor. So not only does the equipment exist and represent a digital divide, but the access to high quality information is also widening. And as we see the economy, our economy is moving towards the information sector rather than manufacturing or services, the ability to understand what is high quality information and to call upon high quality information is also becoming a divisive issue between those who have and those who have not. So when we talk about the benefit of artificial intelligence, AI, and benefits there certainly are, but it requires that people understand how to use AI in order to achieve the benefits and to reap what they can from those interactions. The enhanced carbon footprint of using ever more technology and computing power. This is something which is concerning with the development of large language learning models and so forth, which are using a huge amount of energy and having a serious impact on the environment worldwide. This is something which will need to be considered, and unless low or renewable forms of energy or low impact energy sources are used, these may need to be curbed, at least in some stage of the future. And finally, there's the continued disassociation between what education offers, or what it seems to offer, and what society actually needs. So Thailand, in common with Vietnam, has a lack of vocational students or skilled workers. We have a large number of university graduates, but the graduates, especially in the middle class and upper class areas, are children who have not only studied as hard as they can at school, but after school they go to additional lessons. At weekends they have tutorials and extra lessons and so forth. And so when it comes to their entry into the workplace, they are not so valuable. What we really need are more vocational students, but society speaks against the status of vocational students. So drawing a leaf from one of my PhD students who is studying vocational education in China. So she tells me that there is a new concept in vocational education there, which is drawn from the chairman, which is new quality productivity, which is a phrase which combines three things: the creativity within the teacher, new skills to be possessed by the teacher, and a high level of productivity to be leveraged from this combination of creativity and skills. And so this is what vocational teachers are being asked to do. And I remember previously in Thailand, a similar move was going to be made to student-centered education, right? We specialize in Thailand in teacher-centered education, and the teacher is the complete center of the universe within the classroom. And it was then decided that we would move to student-centered, but no resources were provided to do this. And so, of course, teachers didn't know what to do. Even those teachers who wanted to buy into the change, which was by no means all of them, had no idea as to what to do. Okay, in addition, owing to the nature of environmental change, and Vietnam is almost uniquely vulnerable to this, and also to the changing needs of the state in a turbulent era of political disturbance, the critical role of the state in providing education will also change because new priorities will come along. Old priorities will seem less important. So there will need to be some flexibility in how education is provided. Finally, in this section, as we suffer the continued onslaught of environmental crisis, populations in general will need more resilience and stability in a sense that they need to stick together when bad things happen, because we know that if in the face of a crisis people are diverse and disunified, then the crisis will intensify for everybody. So we need education in this sense to ensure that our populations, especially the urban populations, are able and willing to join together and unite behind what needs to be done, even if this seems to be suboptimal at the time of the crisis. And so, as a general process, internationalization of education has the benefit that it brings standardization. So I teach in mostly business or management courses, and I'm safe in the knowledge that what I teach is the same that is taught in pretty much every university in the world, whether it's in Oxford or Harvard or Cornell or any other university. The content of the standard syllabus for business education is standardized. Okay, the level of the teachers may differ, the level of the students may differ, the resources in the classroom may differ, but the actual content is the same. This is a benefit, but there is also the danger that it will lead to some commodification. So in other words, education itself becomes a commodity from which some people will continue to benefit and other people will have to pay more and more for. So if education 5.0 also leads to a division of learning between those who have and those who do not, then this also prevents additional challenges which will need to be covered. Okay, that's all that I'm going to say for today. Thank you very much for your attention. I believe that later on there'll be chance for some questions and comments. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your sharing, Dr. John Christopher Walsh. Continuing with the conference, kindly welcome Dr. Ngô Tự Lập, President of Scientific and Academic Council of IFI, former director of IFI, coming to the stage to give a speech on the human-centered perspective in higher education 5.0.
First of all, I would like to thank the leaders of IFI for inviting me to this meaningful event. I want to begin my presentation with a personal opinion. I avow that I'm very skeptical about the so-called education 5.0. But let me begin with some simple research. So what is education 5.0? With a simple search on the internet, we can find a certain number of definitions, which are very similar, even identical. That say, grosso modo, that education 5.0 is the education that uses the technologies of the industry 4.0 to provide humanized teaching with a focus on students' development. and on solutions that improve their life in the society. Some authors argue that Education 5.0 is a chain that links technological, especially digital technologies, link with knowledge to human, social, and emotional skills to promote well-being of the people in the society. The promoters of Education 5.0 attempt to draw a clear-cut line between Education 4.0 and Education 5.0. According to them, Education 4.0 has as the main ideas is the application of technologies of the Industry 4.0, such as the IoT, AI, machine learning, etc., to promote knowledge and speed and the accuracy of learning and teaching process. Those authors believe that Education 5.0 is a further development of Education 4.0, that they continue the proposition of Education 4.0, but they add some more human perspective to education by using some special skills and methods of teaching, like collaboration, interpersonal relation, empathy, tolerance, creativity, conflict management, and more fluid communication. Okay, what is new in this statement and argument? Nothing. I think that all the ideas of humanized teaching, of student-centered pedagogy, well-rounded education, long life learning, etc., all those ideas have been there for decades, even for centuries. Remember the term like humanism, for example, or enlightenment. And what is new in the teaching, the new special teaching and learning skills and techniques? Nothing either. All those ideas, all those skills and techniques have been explored by educators worldwide for so long time. I don't think there's something new in those ideas. In my opinion, Education 5.0, as it is described above, is nothing but an attempt to react to the negative, devastating impact of the technologies of the Industry 4.0 on education. That means on Education 4.0. I think Professor John Christopher Watts has began to mention those negative impacts, but I want to continue. Thus, talking about Education 5.0 is intrinsically talking about how to resist those negative impacts. There's so many of them, but I try to regroup them into 5 groups. The first group is the first impact, the negative impact is the information waste and the disappearance of traditional campus. You know, digital technology is the main factor, the main reason that promote the production of huge and ever-growing amount of information, and most of them are useless. And with the technology like blockchain, they become eternal, immortal information waste. And the great danger for our students is now they are sunk, they are drawn in the ocean of useless information waste rather than to draw from those information the logic, the idea. No, they even one example is the very poor knowledge of students of new generation about history, for example. Together with distance learning, together with the Uberization of all the components of the university, like books, like faculties, like facilities, libraries, etc. I think the future of the traditional campus is very dark. We can think about a near future when the university become nothing but a curriculum designing agency plus a testing agency. The second impact, in my opinion, is the erosion of teachers' role. The teachers no longer today, no longer the unique, the only source of knowledge. Everybody knows that, but they are no longer the intellectual guides for students either, being replaced by AI. And now I know many students who learn music, to play piano, to learn whatever they want now on the internet. So distance learning marginalizes teachers and make the distance between teachers and students further and further, bigger and bigger. The third impact is mechanization of learning and teaching process. The technologies that we talk about today, they have some positive aspect, positive values, of course, we know, but they brings the more important and more threatening are the negative impact of technologies. Let's begin with the simple thing, the PowerPoint. Okay, it's very good if we use in some smart way, but with the abuse of PowerPoint, teachers become some repeating machine. Because in the traditional class, the voice of teacher, the face of teacher, and the way they write some terms on the board, and the way they repeat them means a lot. That's lost in the new class, but it's very simple. The others technologies are more threatening. But I don't want to. I don't have time to name everything. But all what we have been talking about everywhere in Vietnam now. For example, problem the overwhelming current of publication, the university ranking, accreditation, etc. They're all based on mechanical, quantitative indexes that can be easily manipulated. So now we have more and more article counters, and we have less and less researchers. The problem is that the more important is what you publish, but not how many papers you publish. Most of them are waste. And it promotes what we should call the academic colonialism. You know, the benefit of the 5 major publishers, scientific publishers, more than 1 billion. They don't have editors. They don't pay the authors. They don't pay the agent, but they just money from the author. They just money from university. They just money from the readers. They pay nothing to get everything. The interest rates of those scientific publishers even higher than that of Google. It's about 38%. It's incredible. Okay. The fourth, I think, is more severe, that the death of the core activities of the learning in teaching process, because the 2 main activities in our institution, educational institution, first at the low level, is teaching problem solving, and at the higher level is to create problems, to pose problems. Now at the low level, with AI, chat GPT, for example, even at the still low level of development, AI can replace teachers in doing these activities. So now students, instead of brainstorming to learn how to solve problems, they learn only how to touch some button, and AI will solve the problem. And with the generative AI, that I coined another term, because AI is artificial intelligence. But the future AI can generate their own problems. So I would like to call them the post-artificial intelligence. Artificial is something created by human beings, but now the intelligence created by machine itself, and we cannot control, and human beings would be marginalized, would be replaced. Even today, for example, I Professor Cường just talked about smart university. I would like to pose a question. Does it mean that university become smarter and student not become more stupid? In my friends live now in the so-called the smart house. They don't have to turn on and turn off the lamp. When they enter, the children, they enter the toilet, restroom, they don't need to open the door, because when they close the door open automatically. They don't, when they use the toilet, they don't need to flush the water. They don't need to clean even their bottom. And they don't have to turn off the lights. And when they leave the toilet, it's closed automatically. So we live like in a very, it's like a plant. We live a vegetarian life. Maybe some small group of people will become smarter, but the others become just like plants. Okay, but the final group, the fifth group, in my opinion, is the most important, the most threatening. That is the desocialization of human beings. Because with for example, with the social network, people can write and post whatever they want, the pictures, statement, using a nickname that is, they can be anonymous. In the traditional society, you have the system of moral system. They have the so-called meta fiction. They have a system of ideology that keep you in some limits, some control limit to act. Now you are free to do whatever you want anonymously. You become the irresponsible individual in the society. You have less social communication, less social interaction, and you become less human. So desocialization means the decline of humankind. And I don't think that education 5.0 can solve the problem. I finished my presentation. Thank you.
Sincerely, thank you for your enriched insight, Dr. Ngô Tự Lập. Next, for the thematic session, please warmly welcome Mr. Halan Minh Khan, Head of the International Academic Affairs, Kurt University, with the speech on the personalized and analytical learning in language education for Education 5.0.
Okay, let me share the screen first. Can you see the screen now? Okay, what about now? Okay, I think you can see my screen now. So I would like to talk about the personalized and analytical learning in language education for Education 5.0. Specifically, I want to discuss about what we can do in language education. Since I'm from the applied linguistic background, I want to talk about that. And I also want to raise an issue that I experienced in language education as well. My name is Lai Ken, and I'm from the Crick University. So first of all, let's talk about the problem-solving skills in modern education. In the era of Education 5.0, language classrooms must evolve to embrace new pedagogical principles that prioritize everything. And also the development of 21st century skills, including analytical thinking and critical thinking, is increasingly vital in today's educational landscape. It is not just about the 21st century skills. These days, we all talk about Education 5.0 as well. The transformation from 4.0 to 5.0 places human qualities like critical thinking at the center of education, integrating them with the advanced technologies. So the shift significantly impacts language education as well, not just to the general education. These problem-solving skills are vital not only for in the mother tongue classroom education, but also in English medium classes, English communication classes, which are becoming increasingly common since English is widespread as a global language, serving as a common medium for communication between cultures and nations, making it essential in global interaction. For example, like we speak English just as a medium of communication. We don't believe that nowadays, we believe that English doesn't belong to any countries like British or like American. We just use it as a medium of communication. So in this era, English is widespread more than that used to be. So it means that in many countries, learning as a second language is mandatory from as early as elementary school or even earlier. So consequently, there is a strong emphasis on English language teaching and learning at all educational levels, making it a compulsory subject in schools and university. With that increasing number of English medium classes and communication courses, the role of critical thinking in education cannot be overlooked, okay, even in language education. If we ignore cultivating critical thinking in these classes, students will have fewer opportunities to develop this key soft skill, which is essential in the current era. But there's one problem here. So let me revise this a little bit. We in Education 5.0, we believe that critical thinking, soft skill like critical thinking, must be in the center. But the issue we have is, what is that critical thinking? We have a lot of definitions about what critical thinking is, but it is still an ongoing debate. Let me show you there is a contradictory argument from two of the researchers. For example, like critical thinking in the study of Fazioni from 1994, he said that, okay, critical thinking is the ability of processing information through cognitive functions such as objective analysis, evidence, inference formulation, and evaluation of data. So it is acknowledged in that study that critical thinking is transferable skill, applicable across various disciplines. But one interesting study showed that, for example, look at it, Willingham 2016 underscores that critical thinking is not a set of skills that can be directly taught. So according to Willingham, students require deep knowledge of a subject to engage in critical thinking. So he believed that we cannot teach critical thinking directly. There is such kind of contradictory statement in the definition of critical thinking, and it's very interesting. In Education 5.0, we need to look at it again, and we need to like analyze what are the components of critical thinking again, if we want to make sure that we are analyzing critical thinking of our students in the university. You know, in this study of Willingham suggests that for the cultivation of critical thinking, acquiring in-depth knowledge should take precedence. Critical thinking skills are not standalone entities that can be imparted independently of substantive knowledge. So Willingham challenges the notion that teaching critical thinking as a set of skills alone will automatically transform students into critical thinkers, emphasizing the indispensable role of deep subject knowledge. So what he implies that critical thinking is not directly teachable set of skills is that despite acquiring knowledge about critical thinking processes, true critical thinking necessitates a foundational understanding of the subject matter. In essence, the study advocates for the integration of this subject knowledge as the prerequisite for the effective application of critical thinking skills. Okay, so in this era, as the critical thinking is considered at the center of Education 5.0, we need to reconsider what critical thinking is, because there is still an ongoing debate about what critical thinking actually is. If we know what critical thinking is, we can evaluate our students' critical thinking by using the constructs or the rubric that we have. Okay, and the second part of my presentation is going to be how we can personalize learning in modern education, Education 5.0 in language classroom. Since we have a time limit, I will only present text adjustment and instant feedback, which are the valuable things that we can do in our language classroom. Okay, first of all, let me talk about the Stephen Krashen's I+1 theory. So if our professors are from the applied linguistics background, then you may be familiar with that, but let me explain it a little bit for other professors. The key concept in personalized learning is Stephen Krashen's I+1 theory. The theory suggests that optimal language learning occurs when input is slightly above the current level of learner's competence, I. The +1 represent the next step in their learning progression, providing a manageable challenge that promotes growth. So it is not just in language education. In other like English medium language classroom, we can use this I+1 theory as well. You know, it is about making the input comprehensible enough for each of our students. So let me give you a simplified example. By providing AI with the text from the textbook, we can tailor it to match different proficiency levels. The AI can modify the complexity of the language and concepts based on the learner's level, offering simpler explanations for beginners and more complex ones for advanced learners. This approach supports differentiated learning and helps achieve desired goals as a scaffolding technique, making it easier for students to understand the textbook material later on. So it is going to be a lot beneficial for all of our educators to make the content that we have to teach comprehensible enough for each of our students by using the AI. So another personalized learning that we can apply in our classroom is instant feedback. It's very valuable as well. You can look at it here. AI tools can offer instant feedback. That's what our students need in the classroom. You know, it can help them understand and correct their mistakes in real time, with help bridge the gap between their current abilities and the learning objectives that we have. For example, if we use IELTS writing rubric, which includes 4 key constructs like text achievement, coherence, cohesion, lexical resource, grammatical range, and so on, then we can put that kind of detailed descriptions of the rubric into the AI system. Then we're going to let them analyze it. Okay, let's say students submit an essay. The AI can analyze the writing based on the lexical resource criteria and provide feedback. Like, okay, AI might suggest that incorporating synonyms or varied expressions to avoid repetition and enrich the lexical resources. For example, if the students repeatedly use the word adjusted, the AI could recommend alternatives like modify or tailor to diversify their vocabulary and make their writing more engaging. So the point that I'm trying to make is that we have some issues in Education 5.0. That is to define critical thinking. What is it? We still have an ongoing debate and we still have contradictory statements that is made by the very well-known researchers. We need to define the constructs of critical thinking. And there are some other ways that we can embrace the AI in our classrooms, which is making our content comprehensible enough for our students, to make it personalized learning for our students. And another way is the instant feedback. So let me conclude my presentation with this well-known saying. So it might contradict what the professor said earlier, but my belief is that technology will not replace teachers. I don't believe that. Technology will not replace us. But teachers who use technology will probably replace teachers who do not. That's correct. Because now in the research, we have found a lot of studies that with the combination of AI, the assessment became more accurate. So why can't we use it? We should combine AI with the teachers, then we will not be replaced by the technologies. Thank you all for your attention.
Sincerely, thank you, Mr. Halamin Khan. Okay, continuing with the conference, please kindly welcome Mr. Nguyễn Phúc Thịnh, founding partner and chief technology officials of venture builder Renaissance.io, coming to the stage to give a speech on the confidentiality in development of higher education 5.0. Please coming to the stage. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. So sorry first for my friend accent because I speak very, very bad in English. So I am Ting, I am CTO, I am a tech guy, and I come from the work of the tech engineer. I am startup builder, product builder, and digital product builder. And we talk a lot about technology in education 5.0. And in my mind, in the mind of every engineer, product engineer in this industry, we will think naturally about data, only about data, because we talk about human-centric, adaptive learning, human-centric education. In my point of view, is only about data, and data is more dangerous than we know, because in my mind, data is cheap and data can impact compartment of human. I'm moving. I will start my presentation with a three story. One of my friends, he's founder of an AI-powered education platform. His very, very big dream is use data and AI to analyze and make a good impact for students to make a good learning journey and career orientation. And me, I have a question for him. How he can know it's a good impact? And his answer is very, very generative AI. Because data tell me it's a good impact. And for me, we cannot control that. We are now in the era of generative AI, and since 2 years in my network, in my portfolio, I see the rise of many AI-powered education platform, adaptive learning platform, reskilling platform, career orientation platform, and so many types with the same big vision, use data and AI to have students to learn with more performance and have a good career path in the future. But my concern and concern of us is about how we can know is a good impact or not. Because all of this vision, all of it is the result of data control and data analysis. So in e-commerce, we have a code like that. If I know the digital footprint of one people on the social network, his history, I can impact his e-commerce compartment. I can impact his decision. What is the good product to buy? What is good service to buy to use? And actually, I have the same vision with education. If I have a learning digital footprint of one people, one human, I can impact his future. I can impact his decision. What is the next? What is in future job title, future skin in the future? And now, for example, in Vietnam, we talk a lot about now Vietnam is a new entry point of a semiconductor industry, a new a factor of AI industry. And when I make some interview with my startup my startup founder, my question is about this trend can impact you AI engine to convince people to learn something for the new job in the future or not, as they cannot have a good answer for me. And for me, it's a very, very big problem of data privacy challenge in education. Let's imagine with the four types of data: academic record, financial information, personal data, and behavior and activity data. We can have own the learning digital footprint, a learning footprint, education footprint of one people, of everybody. And if you can, if the system of the machine of someone else can have this information, can control and can make impact, good or not, I don't know. We don't know on the future of the future. And as an engineer, as a product leader, I am looking for finally a data governance framework for education 5.0. Because in e-commerce, we have a data governance framework for e-commerce. We have a data governance framework for social network, for IoT. But for education, with my knowledge, we don't have now. And because without this framework, own AI startup, own AI digital product cannot work, because they use own data without any application. They use they control the data, and they cannot anonymize data of a student. And for me, it's a very, very big problem. With my philosophy, education is about free will and evolution of human. And this evolution should be natural. And if this evolution can be controlled by human, it's a man-made evolution. For me, it's not good future for all of us. Thank you.
Sincerely, thank you. Sincerely, thank you. Up next, please give an applause to our next speakers, Mr. Trần Huy, co-founder and managing directors of Flexi Data Vietnam, with the speech named Learning Insight, Asking Your Data, Powered by AI.
Dear professor, dear colleagues and friends and guests, good afternoon. Father Ron, thank you for having me here. Just a quick introduction. My name is Huy from Flexi Data. Flexi Data is #1 partner of Canvas LMS in Vietnam. I believe that there's a lot of faculty and friends and colleges also familiar with Canvas. For who's don't know about Canvas, Canvas is a learning management system from the US, and it's quite is the number one LMS in the world. For today, contact with limited time. Also, very excited to share with you some good insights about what an LMS can do, about data analytics, and it's also very interesting that there's some new release features, very hot new, that I also catch from the event that I was in EduTech event last week in Melbourne. All right, so in the context, so we talk about the institution, what are the challenges that the institution face? So everyone, we all know that data is important. The challenge of the institution is that how to get the right data to hand over to the right people to inform impactful change and promote the positive learning outcome. And one of the first challenge is how to increase student experience and engagement. What are the where the causes that need intervention? How to increase the engagement of the student? How can we know that their student need help? Okay. And where's what are the experience of the student when they consume content? They get lost? And how about the feedback? So for the faculty to help to increase the learning design, articulate ROI. How do we know that our investment in technology that can bring benefit? And is there any training or is there any further support to help to help the adoption of the faculty and even the student? Understand the user and drive adoption, to understand all the elements surrounding the courses. Let's say if the discussion or the quiz is important, and is it widely used or it's just like very less engagement? Yeah, and normally most of the time that the admin also get asked with a lot of information, data, and it takes a lot of time and effort to get the right data on time. So those are the challenges that the institution facing. So what are the solution? So I put here in the three very rich dashboard to share that within the just one element itself, this data is ready. You don't need to get any, you don't need to buy anything, and you don't need to like implement a very complicated ecosystem. It's just straight away you get the data. So it will make it very rich. So it's three dashboard that you can access and to get overview of the student engagement, the course engagement, and the student. You can basically filtering different key area. Let's say the sub-account mean that the hierarchy of the institution. It's maybe the second of science or a subject, or even a name of a faculty, a name of teachers, and the student information as well. And you can compare the cost status, and you can get a trend, the distribution, the score distribution. And you can also export the data and text to integrate with the BI to get even a lot more insightful data. So so on those data will be meant for different role in the organization. It can be academic leadership. It can be the administrator. It can be a teachers that need some insight for his subject, for her subject or his subjects. And the system can also be configuration to give the right data to the right people. I wish I had more time to give a demo, but with the limited time today, here are some screenshots to share that I do copy from my laptop. So here's some quick overview data insights of, let's say, course status, enrolled student, and the teacher use of the Canvas. You can also measure the adoption of on the tool inside the LMS. So you can see your like investment in the platform, and how to support to get what are the status of on the tool. Are they using well? Let's say you implement the video tool that also help the student more engaged. So you want to know that whether that tool are well adopted or is nobody using the add-on. All right, and yeah, it's some of the status, and you literally can click on the you literally click on to see the live data. This is just a screenshot, so you can't do that here. And this is a very interesting thing. This is the area surrounding the courses that, let's say, with some courses with the score, the certain score, you can also have a view on the assignment activity of the student engaged on assignment, the quiz, the discussion, the rate, and the outcomes. And you can, from that data, it can inform you to have some positive change to get the better courses. You can also read down the data of the student of the course. You can also monitor the late submission of the student when I participate in the course, and of course you can get view their data information straight away. Yeah, I know that there's a lot of tools and information, but with the guided insights, we can even get a lot of engagement and also solve problem on how students engage and how teacher using the tool to give more benefit to the faculty and the organization. I want to also end my sorry, one more slide. So this is a last slide that share the sharing that you can also run in report and download it at a CSV. And you can do your own data analytics with the BI system. Yeah, and my last session, I want to share with you the video the 3 minutes video. Very, very hot trend, and I hope you enjoy the video. Thank you. Can you help to play the video? Click it on. Click it on.
Instructure Intelligent Insights uses AI and analytics to provide self-service analytics and proactively surface actionable insights that inform strategic initiatives such as better teaching and learning experiences, student retention, and graduation rates. Let's take a closer look. Analytics Hub provides admins with a one-stop shop for all the analytics capabilities that help educators make data-informed decisions. Instructure's recent addition is Intelligent Insights, which provides insight into strategic goals and enabled the reports admins are requested throughout the year. It includes students in need of attention, course readiness, LTI usage, and also delivers an AI-powered natural language tool that helps users explore data and generate ad hoc reports and visualizations. Administrators need to manage and measure course readiness and effectiveness at the start and throughout the term to ensure the best teaching and learning experiences. Institutions can now customize the criteria to set the standard for course readiness, make data-informed decisions, and take action to improve teaching and learning consistency. For example, the institution established expectations for grading criteria and learner outcomes. Institutions need visibility into which LTIs are being used. With LTI usage, admins can see and understand which LTIs are being used by whom, when, and how often. Who are our LTI tool champions? Admins can then decide to deepen adoption or deprecate specific tools. Educators and staff who support students must know which students require outreach and support due to their underperformance or low participation. Identifying these students in a timely manner can be crucial for their retention and academic success. Like course readiness, Canvas administrators set the standard to define students needing attention. Standards may include criteria like engagement with pages and discussions, course performance, including assignment scores and on-time submissions, or any combination of factors. Even with all these pre-built analytics, administrators will always have ad hoc requests for data. They need to ask their own questions and get results on the fly. Ask Your Data uses modern technologies like artificial intelligence and natural language generation to empower admins to find answers to their own questions. Even non-technical users can generate queries using natural language. Data teams and BI analysts can use our platform to quickly explore Canvas data, generate queries, and improve internal BI systems. Instead of saying no to reports, they can quickly say yes. Intelligent Insights enables you to define standards and surface the insights educators need to make better decisions faster with data and AI.
Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for your sharing, Mr. Chen Hui. From the Australia point, please warmly welcome Dr. Zuong Anh Tien from Universities of Tasmania to give a speech on the possibility of artificial intelligence in education, rethinking assessment for the future. Dr. Zhang Qian, are you here?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Cool. So yeah, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for bringing us together, physically and virtually. And thank everyone for sticking around to this time. And I know that now is 4 p.m. in Vietnam and 7:15 p.m. in Australia. My name is Chien. I'm an AI instructional design and educational technologist at the University of Tasmania, UTAS. It's an honor for me to be here today as a member of UTAS. So UTAS is one of the Australian leading institution, and we committed to innovative and ethical approaches to education. Today I'll be discussing our unique framework, which underpins the responsible integration of AI into assessments. Now, since the rise of tools like ChatGPT at the end of 2022, many universities initially responded by trying to, say no to AI because of the concerns about cheating. But we've seen and we've learned from previous technologies that banning or saying no, only addresses the symptoms, but not the root causes. So with AI becoming a critical part of our future workplace, we need to figure out how to ethically integrate AI into learning, and at the same time maintaining academic integrity. So we know from extensive research in higher education that most students, they want to learn, but there will always be a portion of, students who are looking for shortcuts, especially when the opportunity are there. So the introduction of tools like ChatGPT has dramatically increased these opportunities. So Gen AI allows students to generate text and content with just a prompt, which makes it easier for them to bypass actual learning. So with a simple prompt, AI can produce assignments that pass evaluations without any, real engagements from the students. In the past, we've seen new technologies rise and fall. So tools like calculators or even spell check were initially met with similar concerns, but we now see these technologies are part of our everyday academic tools. At the first place, many institutions, universities reacted by banning AI. But here's the issue. Banning or saying no to AI entirely is not a long-term solution. With AI being embedded into everyday tools, it's almost impossible to avoid it. So shifting into things like traditional exams or invigilated exams with pens and papers for every assessment isn't a scalable and desirable solution either. So what is the alternative? How can we effectively integrate AI into assessment and at the same time ensure academic integrity and prepare students for the AI-driven future? At UTAS, we introduced, not a fancy, but a traffic light framework to provide a clear and structured guideline on AI use in assessments. So this framework categorizes AI into 3 levels, the green, yellow, and red, and these based on the extent to which AI can be used in assessments. So for the green light tasks, AI use is required. So students must actively engage with AI tools as part of the assessment. Some of the examples are AI generated content, code development, or creative projects. And these tasks prepare students for the future workplace where AI proficiency is expected. So students are encouraged to explore the capability of AI, and they have to demonstrate their knowledge by evaluating AI outputs. For the yellow light task, students are allowed to use AI tools in a supportive role, which means they have to not acknowledge how AI is used. Some of the examples are AI for structuring content or summarizing research or proofreading. So the key here is for students to use AI as a tool to support their learning, not to replace their own critical thinking. For the red light test, AI use is prohibited. So these are high-stakes assessments where independent mastery of the subject matter is the key. Some of the examples are traditional examples or oral assessments or practical coding tasks. Although this framework provides clarity, there are still challenges. We have to ensure that both students and staff understand how to use AI in an ethical and fair manner. In addition to that, as AI develops, we have to evaluate the risks of bias in AI-driven assessments to ensure fairness across different assessment formats. But there are still opportunities. And so by embracing AI in structured and ethical way, we're preparing students for the future where AI will be an important part of our careers. So we're not just teaching students how to use AI, but we're teaching them to use it responsibly and ethically. Those are skills that are important in the modern world. Some of the recommendations for using AI in assessment effectively and ethically, not too fancy, but you need to set a clear policies to define when and where and how AI tools can be used in assessment, and students should understand the scope of AI use and the ethical boundaries. And AI is for assistant, not replacement. So we need to encourage AI as a support tool for tasks like proofreading or generating outlines, but not a placement for their own work. Promote critical thinking. We need to design assessment that requires students to evaluate or to improve AI generated content, to ensure that they learned and they engage into the content rather than just simple rely on AI. Yes, ongoing faculty training. We need to provide the staff with the necessary training to stay informed on the AI capabilities. And personalized assessments. We need to use AI to provide personalized feedback and learning pathways to enhance the student's experience. And last but not least, monitoring and adjustment. Now, we need to review the effectiveness of AI assessment on a regular basis and to adjust policies based on technology and pedagogical needs. So AI continues to reshape our education. So the traffic light framework from UTAS, again, it's not a fancy thing, but it's a balanced approach. And by setting the clear policies, we ensure that AI serves as a tool for enhancing students' learning, and at the same time, preserving academic integrity. So with this framework, we are preparing students not only for academic success, but also for challenges of an AI-driven future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your insight, Dr. Zeng Etienne. And for the organizing committee, we are sincerely thank you for listening to the speakers' insights and sharing. And before we are taking a tea break, I would like to invite all of you to come onto the stage and take a photo. All right. Okay, please come up to the stage, please. All right, everybody. I would like to invite you to stand into two lines, one on the stage and one off the stage. Mời mọi người đứng thành hai hàng ạ. All right. I would like to invite all of you to stand up in a line to take a photo. One in the stage and one is off the stage. Dear participant, please return to the auditorium after 10 minutes to participate in the discussions session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you back to the auditorium for the discussion session. Thank you. Anh ơi bật tiếng chưa ạ? Anh chỉ đi nhá. Anh chỉ ăn online. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to go back to the auditorium for the discussion session for the International Conference Higher Education 5.0. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you back to the auditorium for the discussion session. Em sẽ mời từ có một thầy người Úc thì đã không đến
Chuyển online.
anh chỉ lắp chị ở bên kia đang ở ngoài kia.
Oh, there's no way to sense things that they're not here. If only there was a technology that enabled system communication, that would get you the better. You control the power of the paper.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Conference on Higher Education 5.0, Innovation and Adaptation for the Future. To start the discussion session, please come to the stage. Dr. Ngô Tự Lập, President of Scientists and Academic Council of IFI, former directors of IFI. Dr. Tôn Quang Cuong, Dean of Educational Technology Faculty, Universities of Education, Vietnam National Universities, Hanoi. Mr. Huy Trần, a co-founder and managing director of FlexiData Vietnam. Mr. Nguyễn Phúc Thịnh, founding partner and chief technology officials of venture builder Renaissance.io. Mrs. Lê Thúy Vân, chief marketing officials venture builder of Renaissance.io. From the international point, please welcome Dr. John Christopher Walsh, the Associate Dean of the International College of English Program, Kurt Universities. Dr. Walsh, are you available? Okay. Okay, and also we would like to invite Mr. Halan Minh Khan, Head of International Academic Affairs, Kurt Universities, and also Mr. Phan Xuân Thắng, Directors of the Center for Education and Training, International Francophone Institute, Vietnam National University, Hanoi, as moderators of this discussion session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, may I give you all, our honored speaker, our sincerely thank you for your time and for your discussion and for your information that you gave us in the first session of this conference. Today, I think that we will have 30 to 45 minutes of discussions. And after that, will be the Q&A with all our participation. So I will be in charge. It's my honor to be in charge of the moderator of the discussion. Okay. So before that, I think that all our speakers have already given us a lot of information, interesting information, and also a lot of aspect, point of view in terms of education, what we call 5.0. And from that, I think that it's very difficult for us today to define what is education 5.0 or all the elements that contribute to develop this definition. So I think that we just focus during our discussions on some case study, and we focused on how we can deal with all the difficulties today. From the university, from the students, from the teachers who face with all the changes from the digital transformations era. Okay, so may I start with Mr. and Dr. Tôn Quang Cuong. I think that you have already given us a lot of information about smart university, and I have heard that you 2 weeks ago, you have a very big forum on EdTech education technology with the participation of 100 enterprises. So may you give us some more information from this forum?
Okay, thank you for introduction. So recently we have organized a very big event, what's so-called Educational Technology Expo 2024. And in this event, we have discussed many perspectives of what is exactly the role of digital technologies, including emergent and conversion new technologies, and how education, our education can react to these challenges. And also after event, we come to conclusion that may make some new concept of what we should to do in the near future, because we have to find the main point, turning point, to develop our education, but not only integrate new technologies or enhance technology adoption into the education process. But we have to change the education mindset, skill set, and after that, tool set, right? And we have found also a very interesting thing. And I may borrow the definition of heutagogy, the new concept of educational approach. So heutagogy consisting of three things: self-determined, self-direct, and self-regulate. And these three things are very interesting and needed for future learners. And even we are now talking about the education 5.0, but the main idea still learner-centric, the learning process, and the value of new learner portrait, what we are expecting now. And in the digital age, we can see many tools or solution or platforms or something like that. But what exactly our future learner can use and can realize they main idea for life, for work, or how can they how can they make learning process as learning experience in our universities. This is a very main point from our last 2-week event, Education Technology Expo.
Thank you, Mr. Tuan Wan Kuang. And I heard that from this expo, you already have the white book, the white report of EdTech, and I think that you can share with us after this conference. Okay. And one question for you from our participant. So you have already mentioned about the smart university. And the question is that how can university in Vietnam can effectively implement the smart university, and what are the difficulties during this implementations?
Yes, this is a very essential question now for understanding of what exactly a smart university. But simply, we can't explain. The smart university is exactly how our university can be smarter with changing so in different levels, and how our university can support a student to be smarter with using smart technologies. Yeah. In this purpose, we might face many challenges. I can list out such as the policy. First of all, policy, because we cannot transfer our university, traditional university, into the smart university if we have not yet strong academic autonomy, strong commitment, and strong connection with the society. And I'm very keen to new idea of university model learning market. Yeah. So in comparison with the foundation education in primary, middle, or high school, our university must be transfer into the market, free market, learning market. And in this case, we can realize many idea about toward digital smart university or education 5.0.
Okay, thank you. I think that Mr. Dr. John Christopher Wells, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay, we are talking about the smart city and some case study that we can learn about. And in your presentations, you have already mentioned about what the different changes in your university concerning the applications of new technology. Can you give us some insight from your university and what exactly the case studies that you have already working on?
So I think the main challenges that we face in Thailand are twofold. One is the uneven distribution of resources. So most of the high-level universities are congregated in Bangkok, the capital city, and there are many universities outside Bangkok which are of second or third rank. And so it's very difficult for them to keep up with what would be required from the high-level universities, both in terms of technology, the implementation of technology, and in language use, as well as curriculum development and all those kinds of things. The second thing, which is related to kind of academic freedom and moving forward to education 5.0, is that there are so many things in Thailand that people are not allowed to talk about, so many things that people are required to believe, which people would not necessarily believe. I think it would be, if Thailand really wants to move ahead with education 5.0, it's time to trust the people and let them say what they want to say.
Okay, thank you very much. So, as mentioned, Dr. Chien have already focusing on his during his presentation that AI or technology cannot be banned, and we cannot forbidden the student or the teacher to use all the technology. But when the university want to invest in the new technology, there already be the barrier from the policy, the curriculum standard, and also from the will of the leader of the university. Okay, so I think there are a lot of changes, a challenge for the university who want to change, and also a lot of challenges for the student and for the teacher who want to change during this era of digital transformation. So from your point of view, another guest from our, I think that you can give us some more information about this, the changes, the challenges.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the question. So I also seeking for a lot more information and learning. I love to learn a lot of information from people and the colleges and the technology vendor. So I've been around and talked to different technology vendors and actually there's not yet it's still very blurred. And even the vendors also confusing how to use technology to help school either encourage more AI or prohibit the AI usage of students. So let's say we work with a vendor, they do so the on the LMS plagiarism. So they try to like block the copy of the content from the internet for the essay. It also they're facing a lot of challenges. Also, is now with the AI generation, it's very hard to detect. It's a lot of fail positive, right? So it's hard. So I think nowadays it's very much depend on the individual organization, institution. So let's say the task university, as Mr. Chin just sharing, they also from in the framework, guideline and training, and encourage, and they all have the principle to use the AI with intensive purpose. Mean like they have a purpose and they encourage for the goodwill, not like overuse the AI technology in the education environment. I'm not an educator. This is what I heard, and yeah, I'd love to listen and learn more from you.
Thank you, Mr. Hui. I think that on the stage we have people coming from the university, and I think people coming from the enterprise sector will give more insight from your point of view. But there will always be the cooperations between two sectors, the university, the enterprises, and also from the local government in order to make it happen from, from every project that involve these three parties. From your point of view, Mr. Văn and Mr. Thị.
Yeah, so hi everyone. It's first of all, I would say hello to everyone because it's such a pleasure to be here today. I learned a lot, to be sure that, because I'm watching all the speakers, the experts that I must say. It's so overwhelming knowledge. Thank you very much. And yes, because we stay here in present as entrepreneurs, yeah, for the point of view of university and our entrepreneur. I meet a lot of students, yes, for sure. But as the entrepreneurs and as the business owner, I must say that maybe in the point of view of the market, we say everyone in the market. We cannot say anything else. But we all are looking for the candidate that good quality. That's the product that university provide to the market, right? So to become a student, to become something valuable and make a valuable value for the, for their life, of course, and for the society. And as a business, we're saying that we're always looking for the top quality, right? And AI and technologies is something that help the students, even for myself, and even for everyone's in nowadays, we're using a lot of technology and especially AI to work to even manage their life, our life in daily life. So using AI is not a bad thing, that's for sure. But how you use it, it's the things matter, right? So for me, nowadays I use AI a lot for working, for even for the meeting. We're using AI to take note. We're using AI to doing a report. But in the end of the day, is what us have owned the information, the data is what important. Even I think the same thing for the students, that they can use AI for learn, AI for classes, whether for course. But at the end of the day, what students learn from that is what matters. That's the point of view. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Thị. Okay, so I'm a tech guy. From the beginning, I'm a tech guy, but I don't want to talk too much about technology today. I love the idea of smart university, but I don't have the same idea with Mr. Tôn Quang Cường about technology like that. But I love this idea about learning market. In my philosophy, in my understanding, smart university is more than techno, it's about a mechanism, a hub. I think smart university can be a hub because the smart university can be a hub, then with the code, learn everywhere, every time, everything for every student. Because I can use myself for an example. I'm not a tech guy from the beginning. I am the financial guy. I have a master in asset management and financial, but not tech. But now, here, I have another master in IT and system information. But everybody asks me why I can be a tech guy with my master of finance. And my expectation, when I'm in Toulouse Capital University, when I finish my master in finance, I make another subscription for another course about IT. This thing, when I ask many Vietnamese friend is not possible in Vietnam. But in France, in my university, I think 20 years ago, I can do that. And I think it's the first mechanism of smart university. I can learn everything, every time, and everywhere I want. And I think it's the first mechanism of smart university. And for more advanced thing, I can have some access in the learning market. I can choose the course, choose the knowledge I need to my future, to my journey. But don't care about AI or not AI. Don't care about techno or not techno. For example, 20 years ago, if I want to take some book, I should go to library, show my student card, take my book. Okay, guys, you have only 2 weeks. And now, with the open library, with the digital library, I can have one ID, my student ID, and it's better if you can access on own book knowledge I want with some precaution. And I love this ID is a smart university as I want, but not AI, not a tool, not report. With this mechanism, we can have more and more tool, more and more opportunity for everybody. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that the idea of applications of technology in everything, the final objective is to how to make everything easier to access, easier to learn, easier to remember. So it depends a lot from the people who use technology and the people who guide these people to use the technology. I think the idea that we all agree is that. And Mr. Lap, today you have a very interesting discussions about the negative aspect of the education 5.0. But I think that we have two opposite opinion. From you, that you can say that AI will replace the teacher. But from the presentation by Mr. Kurz from Kurz University, he said that AI will not replace the teacher, but replace the teacher who don't use. The teacher who use AI will replace the teacher who don't use AI. So can you give us some more idea about this?
A couple of years ago, when I was director of EFI, we organized a debate between myself and a French singer and a multi-millionaire who founded a big multinational company in big data science and orchestra networks. And the topic is about the fate of humanity in the era of AI. And his argument is based on a formula: AI plus human is always bigger than AI alone. My argument is that to see whether the formula is correct or not, we have to understand what is the human being. We are in the Western tradition until quite late, until at least until 1968, the Westerners believe that because the question about the I, the self, is maybe the most important question in the philosophy in the West. So who am I? Who are we? The ego. What is the ego? So the thinkers like Plato argue that ego is some reasonable, some creature with reason, the idea of reason. Descartes repeated nearly the same thing when he believed in the ego as something transparent, universal. And that's why I argue for the existence of ego, the transparent ego. His statement is very famous. I think, therefore I am. So the fact that I'm thinking means that I have something called ego. But there's two thinkers who share the very similar point of view. The first one is Buddha. Buddha argued that there's for example, we're talking about car. You have the wheel, you have the glass, you have the frame, you have the rule, etc. But you don't have the soul or the spirit of the car. When you assemble everything, you have a car. But there's no things, something like the spirit of a car. The second philosopher who thinks in the same way is Karl Marx. He argued that the ego is not something fixed. We are born as an animal with some ability to react with the environment. If we are born in a hot day, the first temperature that comes to our brain is high temperature, and then we react with the environment. And in every single moment we live, we develop ourselves, and it's a process, not a substance. So we talk about the ego in that way. So when we live, by living our life, we creating ourselves, and this process stop only when we die. So there's not such thing like the fixed ego, Professor Cường or Professor Thắng. So with that ideas, I argue that we come back to the issue of learning, of I forgot your question.
My question is that you mentioned that AI will replace the teacher.
Okay.
Will that will it be happen or not?
Okay. So in this way, we act intrinsically as a thinking machine, a machine. So we in interacting with the environment, we develop ourselves. So the formula proposed by my partner, the formula AI plus ego is bigger than ego is not correct.
Very interesting. I think that it involved a lot of philosophy in your stories. But I think that the philosophy should be included in AI because it's the base of what we created in what we call ego. And it's very interesting that one of the definitions of AI that I have already heard is that AI, artificial intelligence, is different than wisdom. So we have the definition of wisdom. So the wisdom should be from the people, from the person. But the AI is generated from the wisdom of the people. Is this correct?
I don't share that view. I think we are now entering in the era of generative AI, or just the post-AI, post-era. And we could be replaced by machine in the same way. because as you can, the machine can be adapted to the environment to learn how to react. Now bây giờ for example, you can for example, when I was in France a couple of years ago, we were shown some works, some musical works by AI. And if you give some demands, for example, if you repeat, if you write a symphony in the way that Mozart did, so the machine can do it very fast, much better than most of real composers, because it's learn the techniques, learn the, even the personal experience of Mozart, and then the musical piece created by machine is closer to real Mozart than what we can make.
Okay, it's frightening. Yeah, AI philosophy. I think that all of us can agree that we don't want to be replaced by AI. And during our discussions from our speaker, they mentioned about how to improve our skill. Professor from Curious University mentioned about vocational trainings. We mentioned about the soft skill trainings. I think that we all focusing on how to improve our skill in order to use and in order to be able to exist. So I will returning from some questions from our participants who sent to our guests. So one of the questions should be, and also from Mr. Kuang, Mr. Lap, and also me. The question should be from the people who work in the university. So the question is that the university worldwide follow the trend of applying innovation. Is there any guideline, standard, or index list to follow and to evaluate the university level of innovation or not? So if that exists, can you show us what is? So we are talking about the innovations university, not only.
Yes, exactly. The innovation is a very so turning point for smart city, and if we can't compare education 1, education 2, 3, 4, and 5. I could say the innovation is most important thing, and yes, just. Very new idea already generate from our discussion. Maybe we borrow the GPT as the symbol attribute for the smart city and for education 5.0 generative. Each university must be generative, pre-trained, of course. That is the traditional function of university. We prepare, we support, we encourage new learners for the life or work, right? And transfer, right? Generative, of course, innovation, including pre-train, of course, innovation, and transfer. Transfer what? Transfer innovation. That is my idea.
Okay. So talking about innovations, our slogan, EFI slogan, we got created by Dr. Ngô that's innovation with a border, innovation sans frontières en français. So Mr. Ngô may you enlighten us about this idea of philosophy? So do you believe in innovation university that can work in the future?
I'm really skeptical about the future of university in general, because with the invasion of new technologies like IoT, AI. So university is becoming a kind of a special organization in charge of generating some programs, teaching programs, and a testing organization only. Because you can study at home, and you can come to a testing point and to get to pass an exam, and if you accumulate enough points, you get the degree. So I am very skeptical about the future of the university.
Thank you, Dr. Lap. So Dr. John Christopher Wells. So we are talking about the innovations at university. So from your point of view and from the experience of Thailand university, do you have a system that can evaluate the level of innovations of university, or the level of what we call the digital transformations of university in your country?
Yeah, so we are ranked regularly on a number of different ways. So the Ministry of Education will audit universities from time to time, and at innovation they have their own guidelines for what they're looking for. If I want to apply for research funding, then I have to show how my work is going to be innovative and will contribute to the future of the country. When we do our QS World University Ranking submission there, they also have their own guidelines for innovation, which are slightly different from everyone else's. So we are constantly being asked to do this, both internally and externally. Sometimes we are involved, sometimes we are not involved. So I mean, they're all organizations have to have their reason for existing, and so if everybody had the same guidelines, most organizations could then dissolve themselves, and so this is not something that they would want to do. I would like to reassure Dr. Lap that we in Thailand, the university has many other functions which I think will guarantee that there's existence into the future. The first one is that the universities function as a place where people who come from big families with money can have an easy life teaching rather than working in industry. Second is that they are places, social places where young people can gather and learn about each other and have their role in society and so forth. And thirdly, universities as a kind of a center of community where people can come and gather and work together with each other. So I think that the kind of instrumentalist approach to universities as places which will be just for innovation and going to try to transform society and so on, that doesn't apply to most universities, certainly not in Thailand. They are more social activities and places for people to gather for various reasons. There are, and I don't think we need to innovate too much. I think let some people who want to innovate, they can do it. At the other universities, the second rank of universities carry on as before. They seem to have been quite happy so far. No need for everybody to do innovation.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very interesting point. Yeah, so the community's university is a new definition. I think that is a very new idea, because not new idea, but a very interesting and very excellent idea for university. Should be the place people come to study, just like the old time as from the Middle Age. Mr. John Christopher Well, one
Yes.
question for you from our participant. So you have already mentioned about the footprint, the carbon footprint.
Yes.
In model educations. Can you give us more information about that?
Well, we know, for example, that people who are searching for new Bitcoin, altogether, if we added up the use of computers for all of those, it adds up to more than the electricity use of a country such as Serbia or Finland. And so AI, as far as I understand it, is also very uses up electricity at an enormous rate, because every time we ask a question of the computer or ask of the AI, it then has to work furiously to try to get the answer pretty much in real time, and this is intensely a heavy use of resources. And if, as we have heard, AI is going to be embedded in a whole range of kind of regular consumer activities and consumer goods, then its carbon footprint is going to increase enormously. And I think that we should at least be aware that this is taking place, and whether we want to price these use of AI accordingly, I think would be a thing that we can think about. As we have heard in another context, banning AI is not likely to be very successful. But if we put it into a market situation and say, well, you can have your AI, but you have to pay for the electricity from it, which otherwise seems to be hidden from the consumer, then I think we might see the actual price, and then therefore people would value it and use it accordingly.
Okay, so we're talking about the resources that AI use and eat from the government, from the network, and it's very similar to the definition of Mr. Lab that what we call the waste of information. So the AI can be useful, but beside of that, they generate the waste of informations. They use a lot of our resources, energies, our times, and etc., etc. So what's the point of view from your enterprises, from the businesses? This is what you can explain to your customer. You can have to persuade the customer to, in order to apply your solutions for the customer or not.
Thank you. That is a good question. As a solution provider, we don't just come and ask customer to buy thing, spend money and just overuse whatever assists. The differentiation between a good solution partner, I call a partner because actually a partner is a long-term partner, is not a seller. Is that you understand the customer, you understand the vertical industry, you be on customer shoes. So, and then we'll see what benefit to customer, what bringing value, practical, is not waste money, waste resource. Because when you transformation, one of the big important principle of transformation is human adoption, and the user, the end user, they benefit so from the solution. So, you know, I agree with Mr. Jonas. Everything is overdoing is not acceptable, right? So it's something consider the environment, the human part, and yeah, it's a balance between the technologies and the education, the nature of education. So we understand that, and that's why you know, participate in those sessions, I'm learning a lot, and this is something that I'm continuing learning.
Okay, thank you. So Miss Van and Mr. Ting.
So nowadays we talk about a lot of environment, right? And ESG, that's exactly the word. Yeah. So yeah, carbon footprints. I think that's a big concern of the, I know, in the planet, for our planet. So yes, waste is a big problem nowadays. So waste not only about the garbage we talk about. We talk about a lot of things that's waste of money, energy. We talk about a lot of useless thing that we chose to not to overuse that. So in terms of the business that we run nowadays, we talk about a lot about partners and even our customers about how to reduce the energy that we use daily. Because each time and daily and every day, as a person, we exist, that we create pollutions, we create waste. Not only on the papers we use, the air that we breathe, and even the thing that we eat, that now we currently nowadays, as we talk, we create waste and pollutions for the environment. So reduce that is a big problem, and we create a lot of solutions nowadays. In using technologies, innovations is one of the most important, and I think that effective solutions. But as we say earlier, and Dr. Kurz from Curtin University had said earlier that even for the student, they're not aware of that. And I think that is more the one of the topic that we can discuss even with the young generations, that they can be aware of our planet, our environment, day and day after day, that the resources it's not on last at in the past anymore. So we can take that real act instead of talking, instead of mentioning in the many talk, many forums, many things, but we have to act to realize that these are the big problems that we face every day. Yes, it's one of the things that I think the most important, and in educations can be most important key factors to educate our young generation about that.
I agree with you about the material waste, but I think it's the waste that produce the industry or our everyday life is nothing compared with intellectual waste. So every day we put a lot of information, waste of images at the exponential rate. And every day we produce useless informations, images, and that will pollute and create the intellectual and pollution, mental pollution of humankind. That's the most important. And that is exactly the main question of higher education, not other things.
Okay. So maybe return to our participant. So from our participant in this room and also online, do you have questions for our guests? Yes.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you all for your presentations. I found them quite interesting. When Mr. Lap was talking about the point about maybe we're missing something when we focus so much on the technology. Now, I must to declare my own bias. I've been in education here in Hanoi for about 14, 15 years. But before that, I had a technology company in the US. And so I very much I come from industry, I come from technology. So I feel like I'm in a very good position to talk about these issues. When the points are brought up about maybe we're missing something from the human, I think it's a very good point. I think the goal is not that we need to know everything, though. Like when you talk about going to the bathroom, we don't know everything how a car operates, but I don't think that we need to, because we have other people who can do. I think the danger becomes the benefit comes if we take the cognitive load that has been released, because we don't have to worry about those things, and we can then use it to develop deeper understanding is the benefit. The danger becomes if we waste that opportunity. And I think if we go back to the origins of education for thousands of years, I think that the basic concepts of critical thinking have always been there. And so I think that focusing on that is important. Now, the point that the thing that I'm wondering about, as I've written a bit on this topic of the intersection between technology and education, specifically in Vietnam, we know that the most difficult aspect of any digital transformation, it's not the technology. It's the changing of the people and the organizations. And changing the organization is just really an aggregate of changing the people within the organization. So when we look at making this kind of digital transformation, which I agree can have benefits, albeit with dangers if we don't take advantage of the benefits, how do we actually make the change? Because we need to change everybody, right? We need to change the students. We need to change the administrators. We need to change the management of the universities. We need to change the expectations from industry on what we are producing as institutions of higher education. So to push us to not just become lazy. So how do we make that change? How do we actually implement this technology when the project seems so gigantic that it becomes difficult to actually see how can we actually make some forward momentum on it? So I'd really like to hear from anybody about how we could actually make this change in the people so that we could actually make the digital transformation successfully. Thank you.
I tried, right? Okay, I totally agree with your idea and propose a question. But in the operational process level, as I experienced, we cannot change totally. We cannot. But when I start the change, exactly where I was stuck on, and I feel free, and I feel the progress. I feel the movement. Yeah. For instance, when I myself and my students are faced to the chatbot or some new AI solution tools, and I allow them to use freely, but I take the control by the end when I check the plagiarism or construction or something like that. And I feel that my students are very, very creative, very exciting when they contact, when they use these AI tools. So from this point, I just come to the conclusion. We may make some change from the so when we need when we feel the need and demand to change, but not from outside. Yeah, that's my point.
But then just as a follow-up, how do we stimulate that? Because I agree, people want to change, right? But how do we stimulate?
2 points: motivation and simulation. All right. For instance, when I ask enterprises, please create the AI subject. And then they create a very interesting AI subject, and I allow all. So again, my students to use it, and this AI help support me a lot, right? But stimulation, motivation, when I explain this process to the higher manager, no money, no change. So I have to come back to my point when I was stuck and think innovative, think creative again. So that is I have found a simulation and motivation from this.
It's a great statement and question as well. So I've been working in technology for like 20 years and meeting a lot of customers. And I agree that transformation is a lot about my transform is not just technology, it's transform the way you work, transform the mindset, transform the perspective of how to solve a problem as well. So my point of view is that so firstly, the organization, when they need to, when they were considering a transformation, they should have a motivation of change, why they need to change, right? So if let's say if you are the only one seller in the region and there's no competition, there's no demand for change, you don't want to change. It's just like you're happy with what you are. But you have in the industry push, like what you said, and the demand from your customer, and then the pain point that you suffer, that push you to change. And it will be, it's always beginning with why and how to do better. And it actually from the board, from the top person. And then if the projects, if the transformation project that have no involvement of the top person, I could have say no. I definitely say no. You know, because and 100% that is going nowhere. Yeah, so it's an organization changing. So when the top person understand the why of the change, and they will, that's their responsibility to explain and motivate their team to change. And this is the mindset changing first, and then the other thing follow. That's what I observe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question. I have the same idea with Mr. Ton Quang Keung, and I have some additional idea. I think you, Mr. Keung, and me, and a lot of people here, we are all survivors from the .com trend 30 years ago, from blockchain trend, I think 10 years ago. And now it's a new trend, AI and technology is all about us. And I think with the same idea with Mr. Keung, it's all about motivation and stimulation. And I don't afraid about this motivation and this transformation, because it's like evolution of humanity. For example, me and Vân, we are from Toulouse Capital. Our university has 900 years old and survived from many innovation in time, in history, until this year. And I think it's not about, it's not only about motivation or stimulation. It's about something like it's natural, it's a natural movement. .com 30 years ago, blockchain 10 years ago, and now it's AI. And I don't know, maybe 5 years in the near future, maybe we stay here to talk about a new technology and talk about how and why we can improve people to use this new thing. I don't know what. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna be the last, I think. So as we mentioned earlier, that we asking about not about university, but about enterprise and business also, right? So I would like to share my experience working for the big company in Vietnam as Vingroup. So, but as we say, digital transformation is really important. And as I can say that it top on business in Vietnam. In Vingroup, it has started its digital transformation very early, much more than we can think of, because I would say that electric car nowadays is running out the street. And we started about digital transformation as about 7 years ago. Yeah, I think that's very early, because now at the time we don't talk about digital at all. We talk about how we can work on the papers, how we can meet each other in person, and we talk and we decide, we make decisions. But at the time, we facing a big change in the company, and as we know, that's Mr. Wu saying that digital is the trend and it's coming, and we have to lead. We have to face it first, and we have to expand this. So most important thing, as I really agree with the Mr. is motivations. But motivations come from benefit and interest. You can show people the motivations, but better than you show them the benefit of the act doing that. So first of all, digital transformations can make our job faster and effective and much easier. So why we don't do this? And we have to do it. And I can say, I must say that we face a lot of pain point a lot, because our company is really big. We have about, at the time, it's for 60,000 people in the same company. So each group of us saying that, no, we can't do this. We cannot do this at all, because we can change the top of the people that want to make decision, but at the lower level, we cannot do this. We have so many people who have changed many things. So at that time, I'm the one doing that information is because I'm the press head of marketing departments. So marketing is something that we have to change first, because we touch a lot of digital platforms. So what we can do, I can say to my employees, oh my God, it's a ton of things that we have to change. We change the way we work. We change the way we interact with the people. We change the way we're not using papers anymore, using emails, using platforms. And at that time, we planned a new platforms to manage the company. So I must say that motivation is important, but the better that we show them the benefit. And the second one, simulations. Yes, of course, the next step is simulations. If you cannot do simulate, nothing works. And at the end of the day, you can show that the result can turn it back to the motivations, because it's tiresome, it's painful to do that change. People at our nature is fear of change. That it's everyone is fears of change. We always prefer to stay as we are, not moving forward. I'm comfort here. So how can I have to change? But I was saying that the world is move forward, so people have to do so. So that's a part of it. Thank you.
If I may add something to that. So most people in the companies in which we work, and the organizations in which we work, are kind of who moved my cheese people. So I don't know if you remember this book from several years ago, Who Moved My Cheese? And the idea was that any change is resisted by people because of the danger that it poses to them and the fact that it may lead to them losing their jobs. I think we have to be realistic and say that within most organizations, a lot of people are going to be negatively affected by digital transformation. They may lose their job, or they may find that the part of their job that they enjoy has been taken over by an AI. And so to get ahead of the curve, we should be thinking more about what can we do about helping the people who are going to be negatively affected. We have seen in Britain and America and so forth, when communities of people get left behind and nothing is done for them, right? They turn bitter and divisive, and it's bad for social stability. And we have a danger of this also occurring on a large scale if the digital transformation proves to be as important as it looks like it's going to be. So we should be giving some thought, as well as saying, well, okay, how can we drive through digital transformation in the organizations in which we're interested? At the same time, we can also be thinking, well, how can we develop some solidarity with the people whose lives are going to be badly affected, and what can we do about them to reskill them or move them into a different direction when their life can be as serene as it was before.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that our time is up, and we had a lot of questions, but I think let me send directly to our panelists, to our speaker. And after this conference, we will summarize also all the questions and all the idea from the speaker in order to send to our participant. So I will conclude our discussion and also conclude our conference today. I want to expand my deepest gratitude to our distinguished speaker, panelists, and our participants for your valuable contributions. So the discussion today have provided us with a comprehensive understanding of the evolving of educations especially in the context of Education 5.0. We have explored various aspects from the integrations of advanced technologies to the critical needs for data privacies and also personalized learning experience. And from the insight we shared today has shown us the importance of the balanced approach between the technology and between the people. And we think that as we move forward, it is very essential for us, for educational institutions, for policymakers, for enterprises, to collaborate and innovate and ensuring that our education system are not only cutting edge, but also inclusive, secure, and aligned with the need of the learner and society. Thank you very much.
Yeah.